Good evening, fellow drifters, and welcome to the second day of Exodus TCG's Gen Con online tournaments. If you joined us yesterday, you may remember that we had a constructed tournament, and today will be a draft tournament. I will be your host and commentator, Roland Wright, also known as Victor, and I will be happy to guide you guys through today's drafting. Some intel: today's draft tournament will feature 4 players. Buy-in $18. Players will be sent 4 booster packs by mail, as well as any ultra rares they might potentially pull in their boosters today, which is pretty epic. I mean, in addition to getting the secret rares and the rare energy cards they draw, they're going to get these 4 cards. But the amazing part is the secret rares are at an increased rate of pulls. Normally in set 5, which is the set we're drafting today, secret rares are 1 in every 4 booster boxes, but today I've been told they are significantly higher than that. Additionally, there is a guaranteed rare in every booster pack, since there is no holographic cards. So this is going to be a very interesting draft to watch. The 4 players that are competing in the draft today are 4 players that we did get to see yesterday. And I will introduce those players in a moment. And just a friendly reminder, it's not too late to sign up for the constructed tournament that will be going on tomorrow. There's going to be another Exodus constructed tournament at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. $4 entry fee with physical prizes. And on Sunday, we're going to have an additional booster draft. Once again, that is an $18 buy-in. You will get 4 booster packs and any secret rares or rare energy pulled, in addition to all the normal prizes, such as sketch cards and promo cards. In today's draft, as mentioned, we have 4 players. We will see Brian, Ryan, Nick, and Phoenix all competing in this draft tournament. For those of you who may be new to Exodus, deck building rules are as follows. In a draft, players are provided an energy deck of 20 cards. However, they must draft a 20-card main deck minimum. In a main deck, there are 2 types of cards: creatures and symmetries. And so each player will, I believe, be given 4 packs. And they'll each open the first pack, choose a card, and pass the packs to either their left or their right. And players will continue picking a card out of that pack until they run out, in which case they open the second pack and continue onward from there. Once all 4 packs are completed, the drafting phase will be over and players will use the cards that they drafted to form a main deck. And once they're ready, play will begin. It'll be in normal game sessions, players with 10 life each. I'm unsure right now as to how many rounds there may be and if this is best two of three. However, I suspect it may be similar to yesterday. 3 rounds, best 2 of 3. We'll find out later. Actually, I have that information now. So, we are going to have 3 rounds of Swiss non-elimination following the draft round. And then also, interestingly enough, they will give each player a pack of 4 Set 5 promo cards, which will include 1 Rebecca, Eventide's first champion, 1 Siphon from Thoughts, 1 Mysterious Bosk, and 1 Eventide's Ordinance. Curious to see if the players choose to use any of those. I'm sure Siphon from Thoughts and Mysterious Bosk can fit into almost any draft deck, whereas Rebecca and Eventide's Ordinance may need to be planned around. Currently, we are still waiting for the 4th player to join the lobby before they begin their drafting. Alright, it looks like we have all of the players in the lobby. Fellow Drifters, I am now going to bring you into this game, rather the draft round. And as you can see in the center, we have several pre-built booster packs randomly generated by Existence Games. Every 4 packs technically belonging to a player. So in round 1, we should only need 16 packs here. Although there's also the promo cards that will be given to each player as well. Just to call out the placement of our players. Looks like in the bottom right, in the white seat, we have Ryan. In the bottom left, in the red seat, we have Phoenix. It's Ryan and Phoenix here. And then up at the top left, in green seat, looks like we're going to have Nick. And then top right in the blue seat, we're going to have Brian. So once again, that is Brian, Ryan, Phoenix, and Nick. And in case you missed it, each player will be given 4 booster packs. They'll start by opening one, taking a card and passing it either clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on the current rotation. That player who receives that pack will then take a card and pass it along. And players will continue doing that until there's no cards left to pick up from, in which case they will open a new booster pack. And once again, each booster pack is containing a guaranteed rare and has a significantly higher chance of containing a secret rare. In this particular game, I will be looking at each player's individual hands, but as a reminder, this stream is on a very significant delay to prevent potential cheating. And each player has been given their 4 booster packs at random. Let's see if anyone pulls a secret rare today. Once again, Existence Games will mail these players the physical copy of any secret rare they pull. Secret rares in this draft will all be quite powerful. I think there are some exceptions. Unfortunately, I think Vancier and Devourer might be 2 of the harder ones to really utilize. Vancier really requiring a lot of reveal cards. And Anathema, or not Anathema, sorry, Devourer, very specifically going to require a Rodan deck. Presented in front of each player is their complimentary pack of promotional cards. As we can see here, we got Rebecca, Siphon, Mysterious Bosk, and Eventide's Ordnance. Players currently most likely being explained the rules. I think set 5 is a great potential drafting set to get involved in. Has a lot of really solid common and uncommon symmetries. Some cards may require a little bit more freeze and reveal than you might be able to pull off in a draft, but with the guaranteed rare cards, you have a pretty good chance of building something pretty cool. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, all 4 of these players are relatively new. There might be one veteran here. So they should all have a pretty even playing field. And once again, all 4 of these players did participate in yesterday's tournament. Now, I do want to give you guys a quick apology. I know the overlay can sometimes block different aspects of the screen. It's hard for me to kind of predict exactly what it is blocking without zooming out too far, but I'll try to work around it. I believe players will have 45 minutes for this drafting round before we enter the Swiss rounds. Players setting aside their 4 promo cards, which we'll likely see a lot of use today. Mysterious Bosk, especially, I think, is quite powerful given the uncommon cards. Let's see if we can Take a peek at that one. Target 1 energy from one of your opponent's rare creatures in play and destroy it. Then add 2 to one of your common or uncommon creatures in play. I think if anything, the lack of rare creatures might make that card slightly underwhelming, but still very powerful. Siphon from Thoughts also can work in any deck. Players likely going to have to consider that possibility of running that card. In total, players will be drafting 20 cards, and combined with their 4 promo cards, they'll have 24 cards in total, which means they'll have to choose 4 cards not to play with. Curious to see if that'll be the promos or not. It's possible the draft may have begun. It looks like Ryan already looking at one of his booster packs. Yeah, all players look to be looking at their first pack. The far left pack of each player. They'll likely choose a card and add it to their hand. Hopefully we can view that. All right. Over here we have Silent Regularity on the side of Brian. Anthem of Humanity, that's an interesting choice over here by Nick. Decides not to pick a rare, he picks a common card. And that's going to be a Anthem of Humanity. Search your graveyard for 1 common creature and add it to your hand. If you have less life points than your opponent, you may also search your graveyard for an uncommon creature. Pretty solid draft pick. You see a Royal Resurgence. Just an uncommon card. Followed by a Chronological Relapse over here. That's a very interesting pick. Another rare. That's the rare that wasn't picked up by Nick. Makes sense. Relapse, I think, does lose some value here in a draft format. Meanwhile, over down by Ryan, we see a Vanadite Lancer. Vanadinite Lancer, I suppose. Common creature, followed by a Thoughtstream Eventide Sword. Interesting choice. See another uncommon creature picked up by Nick. Looks like he might be going for a low rarity Flood deck. Meanwhile, Project Oblivion picked up by Ryan. Interesting choice. Project Oblivion, typically not a card players like to see, especially considering no player has Vortex to really make use of the, or rather to prevent your opponent from really benefiting from it. Unsure what Phoenix has picked up. He's kept all his cards face down. I could flip them over, but maybe we'll just leave some suspense there. Meanwhile, we got a Dream Days Reverie picked up by Nick. Another uncommon creature. He is really just going all in on that. Red Eye Flight picked up by Brian. Good card here. You may move 1 energy from a creature pile on the field to another on the same side of the field. And then you can shuffle an Afterthought and play it in the main deck. May serve him well here, although we might not see that many Afterthought cards in a draft format. Waterval Hydra picked up by Ryan. Just a common creature. Some really cool artwork. Looks like he has 2 Shard Folks, coincidentally. Unfortunately, I don't believe there's anything that really benefits from having just Shard Folk creatures in this set. Oh, you know what he might be he may look at the fact that, yeah, he picks up a second water vol. Those creatures do have the vol in their name, which means that they do benefit from that Ordinance promo card. Meanwhile, another Dream Days Reverie picked up by Nick. At this point, a lot of low rarity creatures in his deck. Frozen Fortitude picked up by Brian. And a Valkyro Allegiant common creature on the side of Brian. I'm really liking what Ryan is doing here, though. It's a shame this Lancer is not a Vol creature. But 2 Vol creatures better than none. Phoenix now flipping over his cards. You can see that he has a Slithering Alter Shade as well as a Malevolent Mirage. Unsure what that third card is, or the other cards. So you just flip them over. Aurora picked up by Nick. Unfortunately, going to lose a little value here. He doesn't have a lot of Chronos. He just has 2 because he has the Stags and then the Royal Resurgence. It also only helps your creatures when battling rare creatures, which we're not going to see too much of. A Secret Rare pulled by Brian. He has to be thrilled. He just pulled a Devour. He needs to find an Eroda in this draft. That is a huge pull from him. Additionally, I just realized he has the Relapse and the Irregularity. Brian has some phenomenal pulls here. Ashen Aftermath also. Decent card. For just some minor control. Meanwhile, we got a Langus on the side of Ryan. Also a very solid draft card. He doesn't need to really worry about reveal. The drawing energy is still a huge benefit. I'm just still shocked by this pull by Brian in the top right. The Devour, in addition to the Silent Irregularity and the Relapse. He just needs more Afterthoughts. No, he doesn't even need Afterthoughts. He just needs more Chronos. Meanwhile, Frozen Fortitude picked up by Nick. Frozen Fortitude, decent card for draft. It's not too phenomenal, but in a 1v1 draft, it's okay. Once again, as a reminder, Existence Games will now mail out Brian a copy of Devourer of Dimensions for free since he pulled it in this draft. Very fortunate on Brian's part. Another Vanadinite Lancer pulled by Ryan. And a Palashrumus added by Nick. Nick, once again, really going hard on the common and uncommon swarm. Maybe to make the most out of that Anthem of Humanity. He really needs to start thinking about pulling in some more symmetries, though. Fortunately, that Roro not really going to be hugely useful. Dimensional Rupture pulled by Brian. Each player in your team sends the top card of their main deck to the graveyard. Each opponent does the top 2 cards. Nothing too special about that card. Not sure what just happened. A lot of cards just moved. I think someone accidentally grouped a lot of cards into this stack. Looks like they're going to have to take a moment to try to fix that error. Looks like there should be 2 in each stack. I'm not sure how this ended up at 5 over here. This looks like somebody's booster pack. Once again, players are figuring this out right now. In the meantime, really curious. This is looking like it's going to be a very interesting battle. We don't know what Phoenix is quite running, but the Val build going on by Ryan is especially exciting. Meanwhile, the potential Chrono, just brutal build going on by Brian is also equally exciting. I'm curious to see if Nick is going to manage to pull off this creature swarm. He really needs some symmetry support. Without it, he is going to struggle. Looks like Existence Games currently trying to figure out where those 5 cards came from. Not really sure what Phoenix is doing over here. He has cards kind of set all over the place. So right now, if I had to pick a potential favorite of these 4 drafts, I have to say Brian is looking quite dominant here. Ryan not far behind. He would probably really like to see some more Val creatures. Possibly some more symmetry. He currently only has the 2. And I don't think really either of them are particularly strong here. Project Oblivion being probably the worst one. The Langus, though, may make up for it. Phoenix revealing some of his cards. We see a Cease to Exist followed by a Flashfire. That Flashfire, critically important in a draft. Cease to Exist less so. Some Fractured Portals, that's pretty nice in a draft as well. Dimension and Ruin, that could be oh so critical, and he's expertly drafted multiple Chronos. Phoenix's hand looking very powerful right now, his deck. They're still trying to figure out where these mystery cards came from. I remember when that happened, it kind of looked like a bunch of cards from off the table got sucked into it. I hadn't seen any player with these cards, so I'm not really sure where they came from. Clock still running. Perhaps while watching my delayed stream, I may get a glimpse as to what might have caused this mess in the first place. Oh, someone accidentally reset a pack. Would be what happened, according to Existence Games here. Looks like draft will resume now. Looks like Ryan picked up a Cryogenic Criterion, followed by a Tarnished Wood Cypress and a Valkron. There's another Val creature. I'm sure he's happy to see that. Meanwhile, Guild Leader Symposium, Chronic Collision going to Phoenix. Some good symmetry pickup. Phoenix really focusing on the symmetries. I think that might pay off big for him. Meanwhile, very interesting pickup. Nick getting a Rosebound to Turrets. This may help him, although his creatures do have several different types, which may also hurt him. On the side of Brian, we have the Red Eye Flight. Once again there. Not seeing anything else new. Oh, he did pick up an Anthem of Humanity. I think that's a pretty good card in this draft. And another Dimensional Rupture, so he has 2 of them. The upside to Dimensional Rupture is he does help himself mill through his deck faster if he wants to get to those critical cards. Sadly, he also helps his opponent even more so. Hard to really say what may be the benefit. Meanwhile, looks like Ryan just picked up a Karst 3, the Maniacal Madness. Pretty decent card for draft. Unsure what might have been picked up by Phoenix, if anything yet. Quadrivial being picked up over by Nick. When this creature enters play, it gains 1 permanently frozen energy. For each creature your opponent has in play more than you. Sadly, not particularly useful this set. This card has not really seen any play. Unfortunately, without a Chief Bandit or even a Lucia, it's not really going to do a whole lot for him. No pay effects either in this set for him to really benefit from. Meanwhile, over on Brian's side, I believe this Slithering Altar Shade just entered his deck. That'll be another good chrono pickup for his Devourer. He needs the Erota. Project Oblivion coming in, that's not what he needs. Guild Leader Symposium coming in on the side of Nick. If Brian does not pull the Erota, he may be in deep trouble. Rare Energy pulled by Phoenix. Once again, Existence Games will mail this out to Phoenix. Physical copy of this amazing looking energy card. Chains the Ancient One on the side of Ryan. That's a very good card. Even better if you had a Silent Regularity or something else that benefited from Grave, but regardless, still a good pickup. Brian likely realizing he really needs this Erota, but nobody's pulled any. So he's truly at the mercy of luck here. Most likely, whoever pulls out Erota is keeping it. We see a Stormshift Obscurity pulled in by Ryan. Followed by nothing else too exciting, it looks like. Sandblasted Source picked up by Nick. That's a good card for draft. Gets my stamp of approval there. I was hoping to see more. I'm actually surprised that was the only one we've seen. The Cryogenic Criterion would be pretty nice in Nick's deck with the freeze build he's kind of built up for himself. Unfortunately, once again, no Lucia to really make use of those frozen cards. And no Chief Bandit in this set, which is a critical card for freeze decks in general. Looks like we got a Cavernous Scrap Hollow. Only 1 pack left. Still no Erota in Brian's deck. Not really sure what this card is. Would be the card that passed to him. Well, we see another Seeker Rare pulled. We see an Erota's Ascendance added to Phoenix. Useless card, however, without Erota or Devourer in deck. And Devourer in deck, I suppose. Likely just wanted it for the rarity. Maybe to hate draft another player. It's unfortunate. It seems like Brian will most likely not be able to make use of this Devour. But regardless, still a sweet pull. I'm sure he's happy. Players now moving into their final pack. Velcro Legion added over to Phoenix. Will we see an Erota added into Brian's pool here? He really needs it. It's a Roro. That is a pretty solid pickup for him. Meanwhile, we do see a Mechanical Hallucination added in Nick's deck. That's a nice card. It's not as useful in draft, but still really solid. Gives him a free energy. Frigid Lightning Well. On the side of Brian, might be a pretty good pickup. He only has Cryogenic Criterion for freeze, however. Meanwhile, nothing too exciting for Phoenix. He does pick up a Hissing Spore Valshroom, but no reveal card, so it's just going to be an energy generator. Looks like still no Erota pulled, which is the opposite of my experience, because in I think every booster box I've opened of set 5, I've pulled an Erota. But not this time. Players still debating which cards they want to add. I would say all of these decks are looking more even now than they were before, as players failed to hit certain combos they needed and succeeded at getting ones they didn't know they needed. Valkron added on the side of Brian. Still no Erota, of course. Looks like there will not be an Erota in this tournament, which is very unfortunate for Brian. Had he pulled the Erota in addition to that Devourer, he may have just won the tournament right then and there. Dead of Night pulled up by Phoenix. Very similar to Red Eye Flight. It's a pretty solid card in draft, especially I think players will take a sigh of relief when they realize there are no Brigantines in this draft. Looks like nobody pulled a Brigantine. That's great to see, because I think Brigantine could single-handedly win a player of the draft. So not seeing that is certainly a benefit to us. Nothing really too exciting. It has gotten a little harder for me to tell what might be new in each player's deck. With the exception of some possible rares. Oh, we see a Dead of Night over here in Brian's deck as well. And possibly another Vanadonite. I'm not really sure. Valkron. Violet. Vividicta added. Players winding down. Looks like these are the last few cards. Nothing too exciting out of them. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So the question's going to be, what promos are people going to use and what cards will they take out of their deck? Unfortunately, Brian will be unable to use that Devourer he pulled. But regardless, has to be, once again, very happy with that. Players have 27 minutes remaining to complete their deck building. I'm sure they'll be able to complete that in no time. We're now in the deck building phase of the draft. Now, players could go over the 20 card minimum if they want. Although typically in a draft, you're going to take out the cards that just absolutely do not synergize with what you've pulled at all. And with those cards being, those promo cards rather, being quite useful, will be nice. Players also must check for duplicates. They can't have more than 2 copies of a card in their deck. So if they ended up being forced into having more than that, they'll have to take it out. Ryan considering that siphon from Thoughts. I'm sure all 4 of these players will likely be running it. You also can get away with running a Eventide's Ordinance, since Ryan did pick up a lot of Val creatures. Curious to see if we'll see anyone try to use Rebecca. There she goes. And then, of course, I suspect every player might also be running a Mysterious Bosk in their deck. I'm going to go ahead and let these players deck build. I can't really commentate too much. In the meantime, Drifters, might be a good time to stock up on some food and water so we can just enjoy these games. I'll be right back in a few minutes. I'm going to hide the view for one moment. like 3 players have completed their deck building. We'll likely be resuming shortly here with some gameplay. Now, one thing to note, that during the deck building process, players were given replacements for any copies above 2 that they drafted for duplicate cards. And those replacements fell into the same rarity as the card they were replacing. And the player who drafted a rare energy was given a random card, a random rare card, to add into their pool. Looks like all players opting to go with the 20 card deck. I don't blame them. Players will be paired off soon. We'll likely focus on only one match at a time, just as we did yesterday, even though they're sharing a table. But we will check out the other match once our initial one wraps up, if possible. I don't think there's really a way for my screen to not view both games. We'll double commentate. Players setting up their respective fields. And soon, the melee shall begin. It looks like for this first round, player seeding has been adjusted. We have Phoenix versus Ryan and Brian versus Nick. Ryan was moved to green seat and Nick was moved to white seat. In the bottom right. We'll primarily focus right now on the game between Ryan and Phoenix. But hey, if you're a little bored, you may be able to also watch Brian and Nick's gameplay. As we go into round 1, I hope you're all with me and cheering for our 4 players. Really appreciate them all coming out today and joining this draft tournament. And if you're interested in participating in an Exodus online Gen Con tournament, well, great news. There's still 2 days left that you can register for. Saturday, August 1st, 2020. We will have a constructed tournament at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, $4 entry fee. There are physical prizes that can be won. And then Sunday we will be returning for a second draft tournament. That'll be at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, $18 buy-in. You will get 4 physical booster packs sent to your home address, as well as any secret rare or rare energy cards you pull, which was very generous of Existence Games to offer to do that. And Very exciting for these players, especially as we saw one player pull a secret rare today. These booster draft tournaments do have a severely increased chance of pulling a secret rare, and every pack is guaranteed to have a rare in it, as opposed to the physical versions, which do not. Players now determining who is going first. Once again, we will primarily be focusing on this game on the left between Ryan and Phoenix. Ryan at the top, green player. Phoenix on the bottom here, red player. During the drafting phase, we did see Ryan draft a very creature swarm heavy deck, whereas Phoenix did opt to pull in a lot of those symmetry cards. We'll see which one pays off for whom. In the meantime, we see the game to our right has already gotten to the point that they're about to start. Yeah, they have begun. Still unsure what is happening over on the left table. Looks like they're about to decide who goes first on this side of things. They're shuffling their decks and drawing their opening hands. Don't know who is going first just yet. Looks like Phoenix going first. Starts by dropping their energy. Pile of 3. There is no unsummon in a draft tournament since that is a set 1 card. So you're fairly safe to do this. The only thing is, I believe there is that card Ashen Aftermath, which could bounce all 3 of these energies back to Phoenix's hand, but it's not really a huge loss. He goes in the creature phase, opts to summon a Steam Shaft Eidolon. In my opinion, a gorgeous looking common creature, Machine Chrono. However, Phoenix cannot attack this turn since it is turn 1. He passes play over to Ryan, who starts by playing his energy. You have a pile of 2 and a pile of 1. Looks like he might be planning to play 2 creatures here. We have an infected Vanadinite Lancer, common Shardfoot Chrono, and we have his brother. Will he do a trade? I suspect he won't, because there would be no reason to really play both of them. Looks like he does indeed pass. He just decides to keep it as a defensive force. That's one of the awesome things about a draft tournament. Your creatures actually really matter. They are effectively each a little barrier preventing your opponent from attacking, since you don't have those hard removal cards featured in set 1 and some of the promos released between set 1 and 5. That being said, Phoenix looking great on board right now. Decides to put down a pile of 2 and 1. Summons a Malevolent Mirage on the 2. Might see a Symmetry here come out. Siphon from Thoughts could come out on this creature that might hit this pile of 1. That would be a pretty significant play. It would allow that creature to easily trade with this 2 energy infected. I would be a little surprised if Phoenix didn't attack here. He really wants to ensure that he is constantly maintaining board control. Looks like he's still thinking about what he might want to do. He does decide to attack. That's 2 into the 1. And probably the 3 into the 2. That's the ideal play here. It keeps Phoenix at 2 creatures, 1 energy each, making it difficult for Ryan to really get ahead here. If Ryan can get the first Siphon from Thoughts into play, he can start building that advantage. We know he has a mechanical hallucination that might also help. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Nick right now. Nick was the Creature Swarm deck. Ryan was the Val deck. That's right. My apologies there. Forgot they switched seats. Now the big question then is, what does Ryan have that can really save him? Most likely has Siphon. Curious to see if we'll see anything else here. Mysterious Bosk can't be used just yet by Ryan. There has to be a rare creature in play. He decides to throw out a Tarnishwood Cypress common and a Stormshift Obscurity uncommon. Most likely going to just trade with Phoenix's creatures, try to keep the board a little bit more manageable. And we'll see. He may also just pass again. It does look like he's going to trade. Not sure what happened here. I'm pretty sure this creature attacked something, but Phoenix hasn't removed his card yet. As a reminder from yesterday, a lot of these players have not really used Tabletop Simulator before, so the possible chance of a little mistake every now and then or so certainly is there. And yeah, it does look like Ryan decided to even the board out a little bit. He plays a Guild Leader Symposium. Each player may add an energy beneath their main deck or to a creature in play. And if that creature is multiple types, they also draw an energy. So very well done by Ryan. His opponent at best can add a creature to the bottom of his deck. Meanwhile, Ryan getting to add an energy to his hand as well. Not sure how this Tarnishwood Cypress got 2 energy unless Phoenix, for some reason, it seems like to me Phoenix just chose to add an energy to the Cypress. I'm currently asking for clarification. I'm not sure if we'll really get it. But in the meantime, looks like Phoenix dropping down 3 energy. And he drops his own Tarnishwood Cypress. He's debating on the 3 or the 1. Honestly, the 3 is just as safe. He might have another creature, though. He's thinking of dropping. He plays his own Guild Leader Symposium. Interesting choice. Ultimately, he does benefit from it just as much as Ryan does. Looks like something's going on here. Both players are going to be adding 1 energy to their Tarnished Woods. Phoenix accidentally picking up his entire stack. And Ryan, I think, jokingly doing the same. I'm not sure why Ryan keeps adding... Ryan just added another energy to it. I think I'm going to need to message a judge. 1 second. I've notified the judge. Hopefully they fix that error. The Guild Leader Symposium only adds 1 energy to the creature, and then 1 goes to hand. Ryan mistakenly added 2 to the creature. Cypress never even adding an energy to beneath his deck when Phoenix resolved. Meanwhile, this Cypress somehow got 2 energy as well. And looks like the judge still not responding. Play's still continuing. We'll see if the judge decides to rewind game state or something. It looks like they've corrected it. Although there should still be 1 energy beneath Ryan's deck. Or sorry, Phoenix's deck. In the meantime, Valkron, of course, as you can see here, Ryan's board has obviously gotten nuts. He got 2 energy off those 2 guild leaders and has added 2 energy to hand. So he got the 3 energy plus the 2 from the symposiums. Sitting really large, and as we just saw, a Siphon from Thoughts. Now currently in Ryan's hand. Looks like Ryan is going to trade that Cypress with Phoenix's Cypress. And we're most likely going to see Siphon hit play here. I would be interested. I don't know if you put it on the 1 or the 3. Looks like he's not. It looks like he's just going to straight up attack. Very interested. I'm pretty sure we saw that Siphon from Thoughts in his hand. I'm not quite sure why he didn't play it here. Would have given him an extra 2 damage. But he's opted not to. And we're back over to Phoenix's turn. Phoenix does have quite a large hand here. And has to carefully consider what he wants to do with his energy. He has a chance to get this board under control, though. He has his own Symposium energy in hand. Plays out 2. You should have 4 total energy in hand. So here's the 3rd, and so you should have 1 more. There's the last one. And now with 3 piles in play, 1 pile of 3, he can certainly get this board under control, assuming he has the creatures for it. He has a large enough hand. I'd be pretty surprised if he didn't. Although, he really didn't play many creatures last turn. There's the Flash Fire. That's a huge one. That Flash Fire is going to be generating an energy for Phoenix every single turn. On both, well, obviously the summon here, but also when he attacks. It's going to be very important for him to continue to grow a lead against Ryan. I believe the judge is asking him to move his energy over. And Phoenix really needing some additional creatures here in his hand. If he doesn't have any creatures in hand, this may be the end of him. Even with that huge hand right now, I'm counting 7 cards, I believe. Yeah, that's 7 cards in his hand right here. Surely he has something to help him offensively or defensively. Meanwhile, he's still thinking about, I guess, what he wants to do. I believe he might have just declared an attack against the Valkron. It's going to generate an energy. Both creatures will trade and be destroyed. Ideally, Phoenix does not turn this Flash Fire into an afterthought. Unless he had something that really benefited from it, but I don't believe he does. Oh, he just took an energy from the wrong pile. No, wait, no he didn't. I take that back. Or did he? Regardless, he's good. He has he has the right amount of energy in play. And unfortunately, that does mean that he didn't have any additional creatures in hand, at least none that he wanted to play, which is really quite dangerous here. I mean, he really needs to have some stuff that he can use defensively, or he's going to be taking even more damage. As we saw before, I believe Ryan does have a Siphon from Thoughts in hand. That's 2 additional damage that he can deal this turn. 7 main deck cards for Phoenix. Phoenix actually is opting to make the Flash Fire an afterthought. I don't remember him having anything that triggered off of that. So it does seem kind of dangerous to take one of your best cards out of your deck. Looks like 3 energy coming down from Ryan, and he plays a Project Oblivion, both players drawing two energy deck cards. That's going to allow him to have a lot of energy in play. Hugely dangerous. He plays a Chains of the Ancient One. Not only does this help him mill through his deck faster, but it's also going to let him add an additional energy to a creature he has in play. And that just makes it even scarier for Phoenix. This may lead to his downfall. Alangus being milled. Very unfortunate for Ryan, although I'm not sure it's going to matter. Eventide's Ordnance also being milled. And a Frigid Lightning Well. So he just lost, unfortunately, 3 of his better cards. That's some bad luck, but he does gain an energy. And if he has 2 creatures in hand, he's looking very dominant. If he just has 1 more creature, he has lethal. He actually has lethal now. He has 6 damage representing on board, assuming his opponent does not have a way to stop it. He plays the Siphon from Thoughts and I believe attacks immediately. Phoenix may be signaling that he would respond to the attack before Siphon resolves. Judge coming in to help resolve this dispute. Ryan did play that a little too fast. You have to give your opponent time to respond. I'm not sure what's... Okay, I believe Phoenix most likely forfeited here. Wow, 7 cards, 7 main deck cards in hand, and Phoenix unable to respond. Color me shocked. He had a lot of symmetries in that deck, and he had a lot of energy. I'm not really sure what he was looking at. I wonder if we'll get a glimpse of it right now. I'm very curious to know what his hand may have been. He had a Chronic Collision. What else did he have? Ryan already ready to go. It looks like Phoenix wants to be extra careful to not show his opponent what he had in hand and is flipping all his cards over, which unfortunately means we won't get to see what he had in hand at the time. Very interesting. I mean, 7 main deck cards, and he did not have a response to save his life. Didn't even have creatures. Definitely Pikachu face right now. Meanwhile, Ryan ready to go. This is best 2 of 3, so if Ryan can win one more game against Phoenix, he'll move on to the next round, 1-0. Meanwhile, we can see over on the right side, Brian versus Nick still going. Nick in the lead with 6-4. And it looks like game 2 over here might begin. Phoenix will get to choose if he goes first or not, since he did lose that first game. Yep, Phoenix decides to go first, as you do. Plays 1 and 2. And another one out. Passes turn over to Ryan. Once again, recall that Phoenix cannot attack because he went first. Ryan playing a pile 3 in a Frigid Lightning Well. Will he trade? It looks like he's going to trade with the Steam Shaft Eidolon. I'll drop the Lightning Well down to 1 energy. Chronic Collision coming out on the side of Phoenix. This is a card that really doesn't see much play, but target 1 common or uncommon creature on your side of field. Each player on your team may target an opposing common or uncommon creature in play, and they battle. So it looks like Phoenix is just going to force a premature battle here. So if Ryan just decided he didn't want to attack, Phoenix forcing the issue, saying, hey, you're attacking whether you want to like it or not. Phoenix accidentally just stacked energy on top of his card. Looks like he's searching for it to grab it out of there. Phoenix's turn. Table is currently tied. There's a good chance for Phoenix to assert dominance in an attempt to gain control of this board. Makes a pile of 3 energy. Will we see a creature come out? If he can get something like a flash fire out early, that's going to be huge. We see a Bosk. Great play. This is a perfect time to use it, except unless Ryan has a response to this. It appears he does not. If he had something like a Sandblast, he would have been able to Sandblast this Malevolent Mirage and save his creature. This is pretty big for Phoenix. Right now, he can potentially deal 6 damage to Ryan on turn 2. He just needs to have another creature on this pile of 3 here if he wants to achieve that. Let's see if he has another creature. He does not. That's very unfortunate, but very fortunate for Ryan, who only takes 3 damage. I'm sure he's happy. That could have been much worse had Phoenix had another creature in hand. Ryan did have 2 cards in hand, but most likely nothing he could really play just yet. He decides to play Project Oblivion. Each player will draw 2 cards, 2 energy cards from their energy deck. Not a particularly useful card without Vortex, but it will give Ryan the chance to get control of this board right now. And hopefully he has some defensive cards for when Phoenix goes, because he just gave Phoenix some bonus energy. If we see something like an Ashen Aftermath, or maybe some freeze cards. Ryan decides to split up that pile into 2. And out comes Stormshift Obscurity on the pile of 3 and a Carcery on the pile of 1. It's unfortunate. He's not going to get perfect usage out of this Carcery. Ideally, if this creature was on a pile of 4, you play the Carcery on a pile of 2 and get some bonus damage out of it. But as it is, he'll have to make do with what he has. Most likely, Ryan's going to trade send this 3 into this 1. Regrettably, not a very big turn for Ryan. Oh, but this will help. A Guild Leader Symposium hits play. Ryan gets to add an energy to his creature and draw an energy. Phoenix could add a card beneath his main deck, but most likely there are no cards in his deck that would benefit from that. So he's just probably not even bothering. That was a very, very good card for Ryan to have here. He did that in the first round, or first game, and it certainly helped him win that. Meanwhile, if you peek over to the right, it looks like this game's still going 2-5. Good chance that we might see Nick win that one. Over here, we do have Phoenix playing out the energy. He has 2 extra energy thanks to Ryan's Project Oblivion. It's going to allow him to have a whopping 8 energy in play. Gives him a chance here to have lethal if he somehow had a way to deal with that Storm Shift. I suspect he doesn't. But where are his creatures? I'm starting to notice that Phoenix may not have drafted as many creatures as he really needed to, because we're just not seeing them hit play. And it seems like Ryan has just the right amount of creatures. Ryan, most likely really happy now, has a chance to deal some serious damage to Phoenix. Plays his energy out, gets a Valkron on board on a pile of 2. And a Langus, pile of 3. That's going to give him even more energy to ramp up here. Decides to play another Chains of the Ancient One, just like in game 1. He's going to mill 3 cards, and then he gets to add an energy to a creature in play. First mills a Vanadinite Lancer, followed by Cryogenic Criterion, and lastly, Dead of Night. So unlike his first game, he did mill 3 cards you would certainly want to mill. Right now, he is representing 9 damage on board. That is not enough to win just yet, but is still very dangerous. I think he's attacking with the Langus. Reveals the top and bottom card of his deck. Of course, I don't think he has any reveal triggers in his deck. We'll draw an energy off of it. He does reveal the top card to be Siphon. If he had that in hand, he would actually win right here and now. The more important element to this is that he is attacking and Phoenix has no responses despite holding 5 cards in hand. I'm just really curious to know what is in Phoenix's deck that he is unable to respond to any of these attacks with. Phoenix dropping all the way down to 1 health point. Ryan in a very dominant position in this game. Meanwhile, right side of table still going at that 2-5. Phoenix draws a new hand of cards. Surely he has creatures to play here. He just has all this energy and nothing on board. I mean, what could be in those hands that he is just not playing right now? He didn't play any defensive cards. Hasn't played any creatures for a while. He's going to put this energy out. It's finishing off that pile of 3 and forms a pile of 2. Looks like he's considering what he wants to do here, but I suspect that might be a sign he once again has no creatures in hand. Certainly confused as to what might come out of Phoenix's hand here. Or will he just concede the game again? It's worth noting there's 12 minutes left on the clock. I believe this is still game 1 on the right side. We're in game 2 on the left side with Ryan, top player up there, winning the first game. Phoenix still looking at his hand right now. Ryan does have 3 cards in hand, and it looks like Phoenix does concede the game. I'm just really interested in what is in Phoenix's hand, much less his deck. I thought when we previously saw it, he had a lot of really good symmetries and some really good creature cards. But it appears that he did not have what he really needed here. Looks like he's going to flip those cards over again, so we won't be able to see what he was holding in hand, unfortunately. Meanwhile, if we go over to the right table, this game still going on. Brian hanging in there, managing to wipe out Nick's field. Keep this game going. It's worth noting Ryan did win this game 2 times in a row, so he has won the match 2-0. And we'll go into round 2 with 1 victory. Meanwhile, over here, I believe we're still in game 1. With neither side conceding defeat just yet. I know we saw chronological relapse at one point, played by Brian. Somehow saved his life. Meanwhile, Nick, our player on the bottom, deck recycling right now, has a hand of 6 cards. Brian at the top with 2. There really need to be some defensive cards if he's to have a chance here, since it's not too hard for his opponent to run over what he is currently holding. Looks like there's currently some kind of deliberation going on. Oh, and Nick playing out his energy with Rapid Fervor. Pile of 2 and a pile of 1. Are we going to see 2 creatures here? We do see the first creature, Violet Vividicta. That is a Shardfolk Peacock. And for the second creature, we're going to see a Wereweather Spectre, Leviathan Chrono. Fun fact, if you were not aware, in the next set, we are getting a Leviathan Guild. Big ships inbound. Looks like he uses the Wereweather to trade with that Cavernous Scrap Hollow, one of my favorite low rarity artworks in this set. I love the colors on that thing. If Brian does not have any defensive cards in hand, I believe he's going to lose right here. You see the Dream Days destroying that Valkron. Can Brian save his hide? He does throw out a Red-Eyed Flight. That's going to save him. He can move an energy from a creature pile on the field to another. He's most likely going to move one off of this Violet onto this Dream Days Reverie. That means the Violet can only attack for 1. Brian staying alive with 1 life point. Well done. It is unfortunate. I'm sure he was really hoping he could move 1 off of this Dream Days to the Violet. That would destroy the Dream Days, but he had to do the reverse in order to take only 1 damage. Play passes back over to Brian. 7 minutes on the clock right now. Players aren't going to have much time for their second and potentially third game. That just tells you how back and forth this game has been. Brian can certainly make a comeback, but it's going to require some good creatures here, or at least some really significant energy gain. He has to ramp up to get back into this game, and that might be why he's struggling to get back in the lead. He really needs some energy generation, and I don't believe he had much in his deck. I know he has Silent Irregularity. That's some energy generation. But I think that was one of the things that Ryan really had going for him, was those Guild Leader Symposiums. See a Valcrow Allegiant dropped on the pile of 3. This is a Chrono Crow. Amazing artwork. He's going to look like trade with that Dream Days. Dropping the Crow down to 1 energy. He has to hope that going into Nick's turn, Nick does not draw into another creature. Unfortunately for him, a majority of Nick's deck was creatures. So a very good chance that Nick is able to attack with multiple creatures this turn. That may be enough to finally take out that last health point or life point on the side of Brian. Energy cards coming out. Nick building a pile of 3. That means that he only has probably 1 creature in hand, if any, and that's unfortunate, because if Brian, 3 energy coming out on the side of Nick, if Brian has just 1 card to take out that Violet Vividicta, Nick's going to be unable to win on this turn. He decides to play a Frozen Fortitude, targeting the Velcro Legion. That's going to freeze the energy. So now this Velcro Legion essentially has 1 life, but 0 damage. He's thinking about playing that Guild Leader Symposium, but I think he realized it's not going to achieve what he wants it to achieve. It looks like, unfortunately, despite the large amount of creatures in Nick's deck, he doesn't have a creature. And he is opting to attack with this Violet Vividicta to take out the Velcro. Once again, just so close. And there's the Red Eye Flight. As I predicted, Nick most likely going to play this Guild Leader Symposium to save his Violet. Each player is going to add an energy to their creature and then draw an energy. That will save the Violet Vividicta from this Red Eye Flight. And this is definitely one of the reasons that I think Brian is hanging in here for so long. He has a lot of defensive cards to utilize. But unfortunately, that also means that he is lacking in some of that offensive punch that cards like Guild Leader Symposium really bring to the table. Red Eye Flight fully resolves, moving that energy off of Violet. Wow, and we see Nick playing a Rosebound Deterrence, pay 1 life point. During the energy phase, pay an energy to keep it in play. If all of your creatures in play share a type, they deal an additional damage. This Violet Vividicta can now do 2 damage to this Velcro Allegiant. Well played by Nick. That's going to ensure the Velcro is defeated. Once again, another reason that's very unfortunate he didn't have another creature in hand to try to clinch this victory here. And I'm not sure what happened, but Nick passed his turn. I think, oh, I know it. He doesn't want to lose the Violet. It seems like maybe he played this Rosebound Deterrence a little prematurely. He could have waited to play this on the turn that he plans to attack. Now he has to pay an energy as essentially an upkeep, and he didn't really make any use out of it. So unfortunate misplay on the side of Nick. Will Brian, be able to capitalize on it? He does play a Project Oblivion. This could be huge. That 1 life point that Nick just spent may make a difference here. It is totally possible that Brian is able to push through with that extra energy. Anthem of Humanity will allow him to pull 2 creatures from his grave to his hand. Oh no! He deck recycled. He has no creatures. He may have... No, that's the Red Eye Flight. He has no creatures. This was a misplay on the part of Brian as well. He forgot he just deck recycled and has no creatures left. That is very unfortunate. That could have been very important for him. Now he has to hope that he has some creatures in hand. Otherwise, he may lose right now. It is worth noting, I've just been notified, that players are allowed to sideboard the cards they didn't include in their deck in between each round. So both Ryan and Phoenix had the opportunity to swap in and out of some of their cards. Nick opting to use a Frozen Fortitude to freeze an energy on this pile, preventing Brian from summoning a creature there. Although I'm not sure Brian has any creatures in hand right now. That's why he tried to play the Anthem. Does he have at least one? We'll see in a moment here. Or will he pass the turn? This was Brian's chance to win the game, and unfortunately, it didn't really work out for him, and that Anthem of Humanity got burned out along with this Rosebound Deterrence. But Rosebound may aid Nick's next turn now that Brian was unable to finish him off. Brian has to be careful. Yeah, it looks like he's ending his turn. That energy will refresh. The Violet currently would do 2 damage in battle, which is why the Valkyro did not attack. Meanwhile, Nick drawing his next hand. He has 5 energy in hand to play here. And a pile of 4. He does have to pay for this Rosebound Deterrence. He chooses not to. Chooses not to pay for that extra damage. Interesting decision. Kind of surprised. That allowed the Violet Vividicta to take out this Valkyro on its own. But Nick opting not to. He just lets the Rosebound go to discard or grave. Effectively, he played it for really no reason. Just put out all those energies sitting in his hand. He's looking very dangerous right here. Summons a Dream Days Reverie on a pile of 4. Will we see Brian respond with something to save his life? Now that Rosebound is gone, though, this Violet Vividicta can take out the Valkyro Allegiant. Dream Days can, however, and the Violet can end the game with that 1 damage. Looks like players might have been given additional time. I'm unsure. Looks like some consideration happening here on the side of Brian. Maybe wondering if he needs to play a card here to save his life. Another Red-Eye Flight would save him. It would destroy the Violet Vividicta and prevent Nick from winning the game again. It looks like the Dream Days is attacking the Valkyro. No response from Brian just yet. Does he have something to stop this Violet Vividicta from winning this game for Nick? And it does. He has a Chronological Relapse. This will allow him to choose any card in either player's graveyard, any Symmetry card, and play it. There's a good chance he'll play either a Red-Eye Flight or a Frozen Fortitude. Personally, I'd play the Red-Eye Flight as a way to destroy the Violet Vividicta, but he is looking in Nick's graveyard first. He may play the Frozen Fortitude, which wouldn't destroy the Vividicta, but would buy him, well, really nothing here. So ideally he plays the Red-Eye Flight right now from his own graveyard, opts to instead play the Frozen Fortitude. Unfortunate misplay on the side of Brian here. Let's hope it doesn't come back to bite him. But that does mean he is still facing down some deadly creatures. Maybe he's thinking that with this frozen energy he can destroy this Vividicta himself and remove an energy from board rather than moving it to another pile. He would destroy the Vividicta, but the energy would still be in play on the side of Nick, so maybe that's why the Frozen Fortitude was chosen instead. We'll see if that's how things play out. Nick passes the turn over to Brian. Brian drawing his hand. Once again, Brian just hanging in there. Very impressive defensive plays here from Brian. like Brian is playing out his energy. At the end of this turn, that frozen energy will unfreeze. But for now, Brian still cannot use that pile. Looks like Nick and Brian were given a 15-minute timer extension, in which case it becomes sudden death. First player to take damage loses, although that's where Brian already is sitting anyway. Nick playing an Ashen Aftermath during the creature phase, bouncing Brian's pile of energy to his hand. That'll prevent him from having 2 creatures on a pile 3. Additionally, after this, Game 2 will also be sudden death, meaning whoever takes damage first loses. Oh! In response to Brian's summoning of Silent Irregularity, Nick plays a Mysterious Bosk, destroying an energy from that irregularity and giving 2 to one of his lower rarity creatures. Certainly hurts for Brian. That's going to be very difficult to make some magic happen here. But he does have a lot of cards in hand. We know 3 of them are energy, but the other 4 can be any number of defensive cards to continue to hold off Nick. All Brian has to do is 1 damage to Nick. He can't summon this Valkron. There's a frozen energy here. Brian carefully considering what he should do here. If he attacks with this irregularity, which I believe is on only 2 energy, it might be 3, I can't really tell. He won't have anybody defending for him, which puts him in a very difficult position. He passes turn, unfreezes his energy. Nick drawing 3 and 3, has to make this turn count. Brian can really manage to turn this game around if he's fortunate enough. Nick playing Anthem of Humanity. This will let him add a common creature to his hand. However, he will not get an uncommon since he doesn't have less life points than Brian. Not sure what happened. It looks like it might have fizzled. Maybe he didn't have a common creature in graveyard, so now we've seen 2 Anthems fizzle here. Energy coming out. Unfortunately, as a spectator, we cannot view what's in a player's graveyard. There's the Royal Resurgence and a Mechanical Hallucination. Now, does Brian have his own Mysterious Bosk in hand? He could play it targeting the Hallucination, and he does. That's going to give him 2 additional energy. Oh, but it can't. He doesn't have any common or uncommon creatures in play. That's going to cause the boss to fizzle. Well, it looks like the judges are letting him keep the card instead. Although Nick didn't get to keep his Anthem of Humanity. Now, Nick does have an overwhelming amount of force here. Does Brian have enough cards to prevent taking 1 damage? There's no chains in the draft, so no easy way to prevent all this damage right now, unless he had a Madness Settles, which he does not. So it looks like he might be taking 8 damage here, Assault from Nick, which would mean Nick's victory. He only had to deal 1 damage anyway. I believe that will be game 1, unless Brian somehow drops some nonsense here. Nope. That is going to be game 1 going to Nick. And once again, to reiterate, going into game 2, it is sudden death. The first player to take damage will lose. Players resetting their deck now. Game 2, sudden death begins. Nick will be going first. That means Brian opted to go second. Interesting choice. You might be thinking because it's sudden death, going second means he can attack first. If Nick doesn't get some kind of creature or defense out, that would be an easy win for Brian. Unfortunately for Brian, Nick not only had a creature in hand, he also had a Guild Leader Symposium. That's going to give Nick 2 energy here, 1 on his creature and 1 in his hand. So Nick in a very good position to win this game already. Brian needs to have some kind of response here or he'll fall behind. Looks like Brian just puts down a dangerous Cannoneer, Palashrumis, on a pile of 3. But unfortunately can't really afford to attack right now. Might just be passing his turn. Yep, Nick is drawing his next hand. Decides to play out all that energy, including his extra 1 from Guild Leader Symposium. And 2 more creatures hit board. This is not looking good for Brian. I'm not sure if he has any way to stop this. All that Nick needs to do is 1 damage and he wins the game. Brian may regret, or may be regretting, going second in this matchup. And it looks like that might be it. And that is the game. And that's game, set, and match for Nick. He won the first game and has now won the second game, which means Nick is 1-0, Ryan is 1-0, Phoenix 0-1, and Brian 0-1. We'll be right back with round 2. See you soon, Drifters. And it looks like round 2 will be underway shortly. The pairings will be Brian versus Phoenix and Ryan versus Nick. So the 2 players with 1 win will be fighting each other, and the 2 players with 1 loss will be fighting each other. Which will be an epic game. As a reminder, players were able to sideboard cards in between rounds if they wished, using cards that they drafted but did not include originally in their deck. If you're enjoying the stream, please stop by chat and let us know. If you're enjoying the tournament, please know that it's still not too late to sign up for the Saturday Constructed Tournament and the Sunday Draft Tournament. There are physical prizes. If you're a big Exodus fan, you should definitely be there. As before, we will watch the left side of the table, which will be Ryan in the top left slot up here as green player, and Nick in the bottom left red player. Looks like both Ryan and Nick are father and son. This is an epic duel. Practically Star Wars in a TCG. Will it be Luke versus Vader? Palpatine versus Rey? Tyrion versus Tywin? I don't know how much longer I can go on with this, but Ash versus Giovanni. Anywho, I'm looking forward to this match. Both of these players equally skilled. I'm really curious to see if we're going to see Ryan's Eventide's Ordnance play get pulled off. I really hope we do. I think it could be quite a powerful play on the side of Ryan for some big burst damage. I actually agree that Ryan's deck is quite strong here. He has a lot of ramp cards, whereas Nick is the opposite. He has a lot of defensive cards. We've seen some offensive things, but not quite on the same level as Ryan. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. I'm thinking of Brian. Brian had the defensive cards. Nick actually has a decent amount of offense in his deck. My apologies for getting confused there. Players deciding who goes first. Looks like players actually may still have some time to sideboard if they want. Timer's not officially started yet. Doesn't look like anyone's really changing out any of their cards now. Perhaps some happened when I wasn't looking, but it seems that they all might be ready to go. As a reminder as to what's at stake here, first off, each player will receive 4 booster packs mailed to them. as well as any secret rares and rare energies they pulled in their digital draft packs. Of course, promo cards and sketch cards will also be sent to each player. And if you're curious, the constructed tournament that happened yesterday, as well as the constructed tournament that's happening tomorrow, will see players receive promo cards, sketch cards, and some additional prizes sent to them as well based on their placement. And we already saw one player, that was Brian. He managed to draft a secret rare, Devourer of Dimensions, an epic card, but unfortunately he wasn't able to pull an Eroda, the only card that would allow him to use that Devourer. So sadly he has to keep that Devourer out of his deck for this tournament. But he gets a Devourer mailed to him by Existence Games, so that's pretty sweet. We also saw Phoenix pulling a rare Fuchsia Energy in his draft pack, so he'll have one of those mailed to him. I don't believe Ryan or Nick pulled any secret rares or rare energies. Looks like players will begin now. All players drawing their opening hands. Once again, we're going to be watching this game on the left. Nick going first, starting with his energy phase. And drop a pile of 2, making it a pile of 3. Let's see if he decides to pile on that pile with a creature card. And he is. He's going to throw down a Wereweather Spectre, Leviathan Chrono. Once again, guys, next set we're going to get the Leviathan Guild. Pretty excited about that. That's going to be hype. Plays a Guild Leader Symposium. It's a great first turn card to throw out. His opponent really can't benefit from it at all. It does technically allow his opponent to place an energy beneath his deck. There's just no reason, since I believe Ryan does not have any card that would pay energy. I think Nick is the only one in this entire tournament with an energy cost, and that would be his Rosebound Deterrence. I have not seen any other cards drafted that cost energy, so there's really no reason for Ryan to put an energy beneath his main deck. But a first turn Guild Leader Symposium is almost just like a first turn Glimpse of the Sanctuary to a lesser degree. It's going to give Nick 2 energy cards, which is a very nice boon to start the game with. Here comes Ryan's turn. Starts with 2 piles. Looks like Brian's going to drop 2 creatures on those piles of energy, but he decides to pass, opting to look at this a little defensively. Those 2 creatures means that Nick has to attack twice somehow before getting to Ryan's life points. Ryan could have ran both of them into this Wereweather, but it wouldn't really accomplish anything. The Wereweather would survive and Ryan's field would be completely open. Nick throwing down the energy that he's got in hand. He has 1 extra. Seems like he returned it to his hand for some reason. There we go. There's the energy. There's the energy coming out. And a Siphon from Thoughts being played here, finally. Add this card to one of your creatures in play. While in play, treat it as an energy. And it gains the effect when this creature attacks. When the creature this card is attached to attacks, it gains 1 energy just before the attack hits. But when it's attacked, it loses 1. This is a tremendously valuable card. It looks like he's going to attach it to his Stalactite Hasp. That is some big energy gain. This is going to be very difficult for Ryan to deal with. It looks like, though, Ryan may actually respond to that Siphon from Thoughts being played. No? Not really sure what's happening with that Thought Stream Sword. Looks like he isn't going to respond here. The Hasp attacks. It will generate an energy and then lose 2 energy from the battle, so it technically loses 1. Meanwhile, Wereweather attacking the 1 energy creature. Nick looking very dominant right now. This is going to be tremendously difficult for Ryan to make a comeback against. He's going to really need some significant energy gain here. We see some energy coming out. Not sure what Ryan could really play to get him out of this pickle. He can't even use the Mysterious Bosk since neither of Nick's creatures are rare. And, ooh, it looks like Ryan doesn't even have creatures to play. That's very bad. Right now, Nick is threatening 7 damage, potentially 11, if he has the creatures for it. Nick deciding to preemptively play the Sandblasted Source. That's going to let him draw an additional energy, or add an energy to a creature, rather. So now, Nick currently has 8 damage on the field. He can ramp that up to an additional 12, well, 212 damage, an additional 4. That's only if he has another 2 creatures in hand, or at least 1 would still be enough. Looks like he's going to have 2, yep. So Nick, insane amounts of damage here. I'm not sure there's anything Brian can do to stop this. Nick deciding to be extra sure by playing an Ashen Aftermath to bounce Ryan's energy to his hand, and it looks like Ryan will take lethal damage here. That's game 1 between these father and son duo, and I believe Nick is the son. He just absolutely massacred his own father. Who does that? I mean, really. Well played by Nick. It was a good effort by Ryan. And both players setting up their decks for game 2. Meanwhile, we'll take a peek over here on the right. It looks like Phoenix 5 health to Brian's 10 health. Brian looking pretty strong in his field. If we come back over here, Ryan will get to go first because he lost that first round, or first game. Let's see if he gets a first turn Guild Leader Symposium. That's a very powerful opening hand if he does. Opts to go 2 piles. It's worth noting, in constructed play, 2 piles is very common. But in draft play, typically you want to go for a pile of 3. Unless you really need to attack with multiple creatures for some reason. We're going to see that royal duck dropped on pile 3. Guild Leader Symposium on the side of Nick. That is once again devastating because Ryan doesn't have any creatures. Nick getting 2 energy off of this and can already swing for 4 onto Ryan. Very unfortunate luck for Ryan that he didn't draw any creatures in his opening hand. He's being punished for it heavily. And Ryan drawing his cards. Ryan dropping his energy out. He does still have a good amount of energy at least. his chance to, you know, Nick's kind of closing that gap from going second, but now's his chance for Ryan to potentially widen that gap again. He gets a Langus out. That's gonna help him widen that gap a lot, as he'll be again drawing an energy just for playing and attacking with it. He has to reveal the top and bottom card of his deck, though. No, that... Oh, it looks like he... Man, I'm a little confused as to what's happening here. Looks like he played Chains of the Ancient One. I don't recall him resolving Langus's ability. However, it is a May ability, so unfortunately he passed that window, which means he loses out on drawing that energy. But he does play a Chains of the Ancient One to add one to Langus. Siphon from Thoughts coming out from Ryan onto his Tarnishwood Cypress. That's going to be huge. This is... Oh, and Nick scooping the game. He says, look, I don't have anything in hand. I know you're about to hit me for a lot. Let's just move to the next one. Or, no, that wasn't... I'm unsure if that was a scoop or not. No, it looks like it wasn't. Sorry, my apologies. It looks like they just traded. Now, Ryan attacking with his Langus. Reveals the top and bottom card of his deck. Draws an energy card. Hitting for 4 and 5 there. Now in the lead as it passes over to Nick. Meanwhile, it looks like we're on game 2 over here. I'm going to assume Brian won that first game. He was in the lead since I last looked. Players still have plenty of time left in this round. Nick facing down the barrel of Ryan, his father, presumably. Can he make a comeback here? He has that extra energy in hand. There's a creature on 1. We're going to see a creature on 3. Is it going to be a Flash Fire? No, it's a Dream Daze. Nick may opt to just try to clean up the board here. He could sacrifice both his creatures to get this Langus off board. He decides not to. Color me shocked. That Langus is a high priority target. Looks like Nick deciding to play Anthem of Humanity to send a common and uncommon creature from his grave to his hand. I'm very shocked that Nick didn't double commit to that Langus, because that Langus is representing 1 additional energy for Ryan every single turn. Ryan dropping all this energy he has in hand. And it was a lot. That's the power of Langus, truth be told. Project Oblivion coming out. Nope. That was the wrong card. He plays Valkrun. Followed by a Waterval Hydra. Curious to see if Ryan has Eventide's Ordinance in hand. If he does, he actually can win this turn. And he doesn't. He wouldn't have sacrificed his Waterval there. Looks like he can still win regardless. He does have 6 damage here. Nick is scooping. That is going to be the game. Ryan winning game 2. That means Nick, 1 win. Ryan, 1 win. They are tied. They're going into a game 3 to see who will win this round. Over on the right side, we see players at 10 and 10. Still in game 2. Neither able to take an inch from the other player. Because Ryan did win that second round, Nick will be going first. Playing a pile of 3. Followed by a Roro. Beautiful Nightmare. The afterthought ability of Roro is not really that significant in a draft. But his normal ability, when this creature battles, 1 damage carries over and hits your opponent's life point directly for each energy it has left after the battle up to the number of afterthoughts you have in play. That could still be useful, but I don't believe that Nick really has any afterthoughts to make use of it. We see Langus coming out from Ryan. And Siphon from Afterthoughts on the bottom of Ryan's deck. That's a huge problem for Ryan. Siphon from Afterthoughts, a card that can effectively make or break these players' decks, and his is on the very bottom. Decides to trade the Langus with the Roro, gaining an energy to hand. Phoenix opting to turn Roro into an Afterthought. Now all of his Chronos deal an additional damage against rare or higher creatures. Most likely won't see that really come into play, but still a useful ability. Meanwhile, Nick dropping a pile of 3 and attacking for 3. Ryan forced to just take it here. Draws his next hand. Nick sitting with 4 cards in hand. I imagine maybe a creature or 2. But still, pretty daunting to look at. Can Ryan survive this without his Siphon from Thoughts? So long as Nick doesn't get his own Siphon out too early, Ryan certainly has a chance. Playing out his energy, 3/1/1. Oh, and we see Nick say, hey, before you summon anything, Ashen Aftermath, I pay 1 energy and a blank pile is sent to your hand. So there goes that pile of 3 energy that Ryan just tried to play. Most likely Nick played that in response to Ryan entering his creature phase. Nick responding with a Frozen Fortitude, freezing an energy, forcing Ryan to only summon 1 creature this turn. Ryan just passes the turn over to Nick. Can't summon anything else. Nick playing out his energy here. If we see something like Dead of Night, I don't think Nick was running Dead of Night, but that would help him remove the board of obstacles. Mechanical Hallucination on the pile of 1. We may see the hallucination trade with the Vanity Knight. That would be a great play for Nick. If Ryan has a Mysterious Bosk here, though, it's his chance to stay in this game longer. Unfortunately, it appears he did not. No Mysterious Bosk on the side of Ryan. Nick popping that Mechanical Hallucination to add an energy to a creature. Adds it to his Dream Days Reverie. No, changes it to the Hasp for some reason. Maybe he just likes the card better. And he does 5 damage to Ryan. Ryan's turn, he has a lot of energy in hand, so he's going to get a big turn here. Meanwhile, we go over to the other field. We do see Phoenix currently in the lead against Brian, who only has 4 life points left. That is in game 2. Brian took game 1. Over here, we have Ryan throwing out his energy. He has to be careful with any rare creatures he has because they will take an extra damage from any chronos that Nick is using. Although fortunately for Ryan, Nick has no chronos in play right now. It seems like Ryan doesn't have any rares. We see 2 commons and an uncommon hit play. It's not really enough to save Ryan. It looks like he might just be passing his turn. Yeah, he is. Most likely just hoping that those creatures will serve as a defensive shield. Nick brutally playing a sandblasted source here. Most likely going to bounce an energy off of... Well, they're all at 2. So it doesn't really matter what he blasts the energy off of. But he will also get to draw or add an energy to a creature in play. Sorry. Decides to put it on the hasp again. It's a big hasp. I'm a little surprised he didn't do it on the Reverie. I don't guarantee that the Reverie could favorably trade with the Mirage. We'll see what he has planned. He is crossing the line of scrimmage here. Looks like Nick just played a pile of 2 and a pile of 1. Plays a Quadrivial. Its effect will not trigger. Nor does it really matter, to be honest. Quadrivial's effect is quite trivial. See a Royal Resurgence, also known as the Royal Duck, on that pile of 2. Siphon from Thoughts being played on a creature. Which one will he add it to? At this point, I would say his best bet would be to throw it on the hasp. He decides to throw it on the duck. Still crossing the line of scrimmage. Unless Ryan really has a saving grace in his hand, this is not looking good for him. He has lethal from Nick. Nick decides to trade. Alright, I'm not sure why, but he's playing Rosebound Deterrence again. It will help him get rid of this Storm Shift, I guess. Ryan deciding to play a Thought Stream Eventide Sword. Quite confused. Rosebound Deterrence, definitely not a card that Nick wanted to play. I'm also not sure how Nick just took 3 damage. Oh, never mind, I know why. It was because of the Eventide Sword, yeah. Wouldn't that only be 2? Oh, he had an Afterthought, that's right. So yeah, Nick should have taken 3 damage there. Or no, it's only 1. I'm not sure why he took... I guess... Oh, I see. Ryan destroyed it after Nick had paid the life points. I'm not really sure why Nick played it at all. It wouldn't really have changed the outcome of this game. But regardless, it looks like that is game. Nick takes game 3 versus Ryan. Nick now at 2 wins, 0 losses. Ryan, 1 win, 1 loss. And both players returning in round 3, of course. Nick currently undefeated in a prime position to win this tournament. Now we'll move over to the game Brian versus Phoenix. Brian, blue player in the top half of the screen. Phoenix will be... I'm not really sure what color. White player in the bottom half of the screen. Phoenix looking to be very dominant here. Brian only at 1 life, 1 card in hand. Phoenix has a massive field. Just needs to do that 1 damage. If you recall, Brian, I believe, did win game 1. And this is game 2. So Phoenix wins this. They will be going to a game 3. This isn't looking good for Brian. Does he have something to stop this game over? Probably not. Looks like he will take that final point of damage, and Brian has lost game 2. That means both players 1-1 as we go to game 3. Brian will have the opportunity to play first. Let's see if he takes it. That will give him a significant advantage here. As we wait for players to set up their cards. So I'll take this time to give you guys a friendly reminder, as usual. There are still 2 tournaments left. Saturday, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. The second and final constructed tournament. $4 entry fee. There are physical prizes to be won. And remember, all these tournaments, you also get 3 times the organized play points. That's a lot of points you get. And those can help you go to Worlds 2021. And Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have our second and final draft tournament. $18 buy-in. You will receive 4 booster packs sent to your physical address, as well as any secret rares and rare energy cards you pull during the draft. If you are enjoying these tournaments and would like to participate, strongly recommend you check out the Gen Con page and sign up. It's not too late. Sign-ups are even available the day of. You can check that information out in the Discord or by searching the events page on Gen Con for Exodus. And looks like game 3 is underway. Brian did decide to go first. Plays a pile of 2, pile of 1, and a Valkron, followed by a Palshroomus. Interesting choice. As I mentioned before in the previous match over here, in draft tournaments, ideally you're playing a creature on a pile of 3 instead of splitting it up, unless you desperately need to split it up. And the reason for that is it's a lot easier in drafts for your opponent to remove 1 energy than it is to remove a lot of energy. There's just not a lot of hard stack removal in draft tournaments. The best we've seen here is Ashen Aftermath, which just delays the inevitable more than anything. We see Phoenix play a pile 2 and a 1, and we see a Roro and a Hissing Spore Valshroom come out. And that Valshroom probably won't really do much, but it will generate an energy, potentially a symmetry card on attack. So I take that back. It can actually do quite a lot, even outside of a reveal deck. It can give Phoenix free symmetries or free energy. Phoenix, interestingly enough, choosing not to attack. I guess he doesn't want to risk losing those creatures. I think attacking with the Valshroom would have been worth it. It would have given him the potential to gain an energy or draw a symmetry card. He decides to just pass his turn. Brian draws his cards. I think he should definitely prioritize getting rid of that Valshroom here, if anything. You don't want to let that stay in play and attack each turn, or attack at all, really. Mysterious Bosk. Great card for Brian to have right now. It seems like he doesn't. He does have his own rare, though. Silent Irregularity hits field on that pile of 2. We're most likely going to see the Silent Irregularity run in headfirst on that Roro to trigger its ability, which lets it add an energy to a creature in play. Slithering Altar Shade on the pile of 1. And Brian primed to deal some damage to Phoenix this turn. He has 2 cards in hand. The Phoenix is 1. 6 energy, technically 7 energy in play. The Phoenix is 3. He needs to get rid of that Hissing Spore Valstrom. It's a critical priority here. Decides to first run his Silent Regularity into Roro. Opts to make it an afterthought instead of sending it to grave for that energy gain. Roro also becomes an afterthought on the side of Phoenix. Now will we see... This is a chance for Brian to deal 3 damage. No, he does send. He does opt to send the Silent Regularity to his grave to gain an energy, and he slaps that energy to his Valkron. So he will be dealing 4 damage to Phoenix this turn, putting him in a really strong lead here. See, this is why Hissing Spore Valstrom probably should have attacked when it had the opportunity. It never really got to benefit from that ability. Although, just count his stars that Brian doesn't have a Mysterious Bosk in hand, because that would have made this situation significantly worse for Phoenix. Phoenix taking that 4 damage. Brian most likely going to end his turn here. Nothing left to do. Phoenix draws 4 cards, or draws his 3 cards, draws in 3 energy. Curious to see what he can do to get out of this. He's deeply considering his options right now. Decides to enter his energy phase, begins playing his energy out. See a pile of 2. And there's the 3rd energy. I'm not really sure what is delaying this turn right now. Phoenix playing a Valkyro Allegiant on that pile of 3. Looks like he may be considering attacking the Altar Shade. To me, this does symbolize that Phoenix most likely only has the Valkyro and no other creatures. Interesting choice. He decides to trade with the Valkron, giving Brian a direct line into Phoenix's life points. Brian drawing his cards. This is his opportunity to end this and win the round. Brian playing his energy here. Really needs something that'll give him some additional energy to bump up from 4 to 6. Not sure what that could be. You would need 2 Symposiums. He decides to play a Dimensional Rupture. That's just going to mill the top cards in their decks. And he mills a Siphon from Thoughts. That is brutal for Brian. We do see a Flash Fire milled on the side of Phoenix. Another Dimensional Rupture coming out. He mills a Project Oblivion and more creatures from Phoenix's side. That's That might actually really hurt Phoenix here. He just lost 4 creatures, one of his rares. It's going to be very difficult for him to attack and defend now. That Siphon from Thoughts being milled on the side of Brian, though, is a significant blow. I cannot overstate how much that card really matters in these draft games. But fortunately for Brian, he does have a commanding lead right now. He's dropping his opponent to 1 health point. Or 2. Oh, expertly played Red-Eye Flight. That's going to move 1 energy over off of this Cavernous Scrap Hollow, effectively allowing him to attack with another 2 energy creature. Phoenix almost looks like he's scooping. He doesn't, it's not lethal. His opponent's only going to do 3 damage to him, which will drop him to 1. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Red-Eye Flight shuffles a Afterthought into the main deck. Haven't even seen that matter this entire game. That's a May effect. If I was Brian, I would choose not to resolve it because he has just given Phoenix another creature into his deck. But looks like he resolved it regardless. Phoenix down to 1 life point. Bryant ending his turn. Now let's see if Phoenix drew that Roro to save his life here. Because as I mentioned, a lot of Phoenix's creatures are in the grave right now. And Brian generously gave him 1 back. Might work out in Phoenix's favor. Seeing Phoenix once again consider how he wants to play his energy. He does 2 piles, 1 and 2. He really needs to have some kind of trick up his sleeve here. If you recall round 1, Phoenix often had a lot of cards in hand and none of them really got played. And we might be seeing the same thing here. Well, we see Phoenix just scoop the game. Or did he, unfortunately, not draw into a creature, including the Roro that was just shuffled into his deck? It looks like Phoenix does concede the game to Brian. Brian winning round 2, putting himself at 1 win, 1 loss. Phoenix, unfortunately, losing round 2, putting himself at 0 wins, 2 losses, but it was a great showing. He did manage to take 1 win off of Brian there, forcing them to go to game 3. So great job, Phoenix. And great job, Brian. And all 4 of our players in this round. We'll now begin setting up for round 3, which will be the final round of the day. I'll announce pairings shortly. Take a quick break, and I'll see you all soon. All right, fellow drifters, round 3 is just about ready to go. Let's head back to the table. Once again, we will be watching the left side, where we will be watching Phoenix on the top side of the screen face off against Nick on the bottom side of the screen. And on the right half of the table, we have Brian once again up top versus Ryan at the bottom. Totally haven't mixed up their names a billion times already. So we will be watching Phoenix versus Nick this game. Players randomly deciding who goes first. Once again, Nick currently undefeated 2-0. If he wins this game, he is definitely in first place for this tournament. But if he loses this match, rather, he does have a chance of maybe being second. I'm not really 100% positive, but it's certainly there. It looks like Nick did get to go first. That's a huge advantage. Going first in the first round guarantees that Nick will go at least first twice if this does go to game 3. He throws down a pile of 3 with a Wereweather Spectre. Looks like he might be playing a... Yep, there's the Guild Leader Symposium. Turn 1. Very nice by Nick. But he can't attack because he is going first. So that means play will likely pass to Phoenix. Phoenix needs to find a way to get back on the board here before Nick goes too far ahead. That first turn Guild Leader Symposium, just a real challenge to get over. Phoenix playing a pile of 3. We'll likely see a creature here. Yeah, we got a Valegiant Crow, or Valcrow Allegiant. Somehow fuse those two words together. This is gonna let Phoenix at least hold off Nick for a little bit. I'm curious if he's gonna try to swing here just to cool Nick's Jets a little bit, or if he just leaves the Valcrow out as a defender. Yeah, looks like Phoenix does have Aurora in hand. Not sure why he just revealed it. Curious as to what's happening right now. Looks like a judge is currently looking at that hand. Perhaps Phoenix said, hey, this isn't my deck. Certainly possible. We'll wait to see what happens here. Meanwhile, on the right side of the field, we have this game off to a big start already. Looks like Brian already sitting on 6 energy, including a frozen one. Meanwhile, Ryan sitting on 3 with a frozen. Cryogenic Criterion resolved over here. Valcrow also over yonder on Brian's field. See a trade happen. Looks like play passes back to Ryan. Manages to not take any damage that turn. Playing a Project Oblivion. He's going to get to throw out 5 energy right now. Can he make use of it and maybe chip away at some of Brian's life? Brian responding to the creature phase with an Ashen Aftermath. I'm not sure what happened there. It bounces. Okay, there we go. Ryan's grabbing each energy one at a time. We see a Vanadite. Nope. Brian responds again to the creature phase with a Frozen Fortitude, preventing Ryan from summoning anything. Meanwhile, something happening over on the left side of the field. I'm not sure what happened. I suspect they're saying that Phoenix's deck is incorrect. Once again, we'll return back over here. Brian looking really good to potentially take this first game, as he has prevented Ryan from summoning anything. But now we'll move back over the left side of our screen to watch the game between Phoenix and Nick. Well, looks like play resumes. Judge will likely let me know what happened shortly. Nick drawing his hand. Playing out his energy. Here's that 4th energy from the Guild Leader Symposium. Aurora on the side of Nick. Pile of 3. Most likely we'll trade that with the... No, he changes his mind. He says, no, I wanted to play on the 1. Pile Shroomus on the pile of 3. Interesting choice. Pile Shroomus trading with the Velcro. That's going to leave Phoenix open for 5 damage here. And Judge did just get back to me. Phoenix did have a card in his hand that was not part of his deck list. And so that was where that confusion came from. Meanwhile, Rosebound coming out again. I'm not sure why Nick keeps playing this in this way. He only does 5 damage. Rosebound... Rosebound only benefits battle, not direct attacks. I went ahead and let the judge know. Also, I let the judge know Phoenix's total deck size was only 19, not 20. He had 5 cards in his sideboard. It looks like he must have mistakenly counted his sideboard when he side decked. Seems like they might be fixing that now. In addition, Phoenix should be at 5 life. This is why I was always confused as to why Rosebound was being played by Nick. Seems like Nick must have thought that Rosebound always did additional damage, but the additional damage is only during battle. That's when 2 creatures are damaging each other. That's considered a battle, but attacking directly is not considered a battle. So that would explain why we kept seeing Rosebound kind of played in questionable situations. But it probably won't really matter too much here. Nick does have a pretty commanding lead once again over his opponent. So losing that 1 health point may not make or break him here. Meanwhile, they're still figuring out what cards Phoenix, or what card Phoenix was supposed to have in his deck. You may even receive a warning for that, unsure, but we'll go over to the right side of the screen now and watch this absolute mess of a field going on here. Ryan, a lot of stuff going on his side of the field, but he's still at that 2 life points. And yeah, it does look like play is paused over here as they figure out that missing card issue. Looks like the judge is trying to find what sideboard might have Phoenix cards in it. In the meantime, Ryan trying to come back in this game, and he has to come back in a big way here. Curious to see. We do have a lot of cards on the side of Brian. Still has those big healthy creatures in play. Most likely can reassert some dominance here and get Ryan's field cleared up safely. Ryan does have 1 card in hand. Perhaps it's something that might save him, like an Ashen Aftermath or even a Frozen Solitude. See a Palace Shroomus on the 3 and a Irregularity on the 1. If Ryan has a Mysterious Bosk, this would be a great time to play it. Otherwise, this Irregularity gonna trade and then give an energy to one of his other creatures. Assuming that Brian opts to resolve that effect. He may leave it as an afterthought so he can play the Chronological Relapse in his deck. Meanwhile, seeing Brian think very carefully on how he wants to play this, he decides to go Red-Eye Flight here. Probably going to take out this Infected or this Decaying Desert Rose, which we haven't actually seen all tournament. Or I haven't. Really cool looking card. Decides to... Okay, that's interesting. He could have moved that energy to this blank pile. He decides to move it to the Desert Rose instead. Probably doesn't really matter here. It looks like he's sending in the Roro to wipe out the Desert Rose. Sending in the Slithering Alter Shade to wipe out the Infected. They're going to trade here. And Palace Shroomus in the game, or does Ryan hold some kind of card right now. Nope, looks like Ryan was dropped to 0 life points. That's the end of game 1 over here. Game 1 goes to Brian. Remember, I believe both of these players are at 1-1, so whoever wins this game has a good chance at coming in second, potentially first, if somehow Nick loses his match. So this game matters a lot to both of these players. They're ready and drawing their new cards. Of course, Ryan will get to go first if he'd like. And he decides to. Plays an infected on a 1. There's a Guild Leader Symposium, turn 1. It's great for Ryan. Waterfall Hydra. And he passes play over to Brian. Brian plays a Valkron and a Cavernous Scrap Hollow. Let's see if Brian opts to do anything here, if he's just going to pass play as well. Looks like Brian most likely going to pass turn here. He could send in the troops to attack Ryan's field, but then Ryan will almost assuredly deal 4 damage to Brian on his next turn. Looks like Brian does decide to at least trade 1 creature. Will he suicide run his Valkron here? And it kind of looks like he might. Nope, he decides not to. He passes play over to Ryan. I think that was the right move. I can understand at least taking out 1 creature. So this guarantees that Brian most likely won't be taking 4 damage. We'll see. Chica Art in the chat supporting Ryan here, saying, hang in there, Ryan. Big flex. I think Ryan has a really good shot at winning the second game, and if he does, that'll force it to a game 3. I do think both players are evenly matched in both dex and skill. So this is certainly Ryan's chance to come back. He's doing the big damage here. Does 4. He used the Dead of Night to take out that Valkron to hit, sorry, not 4, 6 damage. 6 damage has been dealt, and it looks like Brian has a lot to think about here. Has to somehow reclaim this board. Plays out his energy, decides to do a pile 2 and 2. Decides to play the Dimensional Rupture again. This really hurt him in the previous game. This one takes out his other Dimensional Rupture. Also takes out Brian's Carcery and Decaying Rose. The Carcery hurts, but it's not the end of the world. The big question here is, does Brian not have a creature in hand? Okay, he does. He has a Roro, and he has a Silent Regularity. Pretty good combination for him here. Well, partially. Unless that last card in his hand is some kind of symmetry that'll save the day, Ryan's going to win this game right here and now. And Ryan is playing out his cards. This is 100% Ryan's game to win. It's going to be very difficult for Brian to stop this amount of damage. He is currently threatening 5 direct damage to Brian. That last card in hand has to somehow remove 2 energy. You see the first trade. And the second trade. And will Brian be taking 5 points of damage here? And he is. Ryan does successfully win game 2. They are going to a game 3, each player at 1 win each. Brian will get to go first in that game 3. Meanwhile, we'll move back over to the left side as play resumes. Phoenix given a warning. Still not really sure what's happening over there. Looks like he may have accidentally drawn cards when he was not supposed to. As mentioned many times before, for many players, this is their first time using Tabletop Simulator. We definitely want to be as accommodating as possible, since many of those players will not completely know the exact controls of the system just yet, but this is a great way to learn. Phoenix, I believe, is starting his turn now. Should be drawing 3 cards from Energy Deck. There we go. Oh, he drew a bunch of cards from his main deck. Interesting. Looks like he's trying to resolve a Rebecca here. That will give him a lot of additional energy to play with. We see him counting up his energy. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be a lot of energy gained from that Rebecca. It's the difference between the players' life points. So each player going to be drawing 5 energy. As you can see, currently in Nick's hand. And then right here in play. And it looks like they're deliberating something, possibly the 6 main deck cards. Unfortunately, Stream Overlay kind of prevents me from verifying how many cards Phoenix had in his hand back before the state of the game was changed. I believe he only had 2 in hand, which is why I'm unsure why he drew twice in main deck. But regardless, in the meantime, we're gonna, looks like they're pausing to look over that. Meanwhile, let's transfer back over to Brian versus Ryan. Ryan sitting at 6 life points. Olangus in play. Oh, I'm not sure what's quite going on here. It's a lot of energy. It's possible they may just be replaying the duel because of a lot of the errors that were made. And he was given a second warning for drawing additional cards, I believe. Meanwhile, over here, we're going to be viewing Brian versus Ryan, the Battle of the Ions. Brian, of course, having a huge field of energy here, but so does Ryan. Unfortunately, Ryan is at only 6 life points. He does have that Langus, though. That's going to continue to ramp up his energy gain for him. And yeah, Judge did rule that the game state on the left side of the table was unrepairable. So they will be restarting the game. Phoenix given an additional warning. Nick still looking strong, though. And he is, I believe, I think this still may be game 1 for these players. So Nick getting to go first. He still has that advantage. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on this right game state here just for a little bit longer while game on the left side picks up. Looks like Brian here sitting with an irregularity, followed by Palashrumis. Ryan having a good amount of cards in hand, though, gives him some good defensive options potentially. Let's go ahead and rotate back to the main stage here. Nick versus Phoenix. Nick managing to get a Royal Duck out into play and a Guild Leader Symposium first turn once again, putting him at 4 energy. Well, and then a 5th one in hand. We see Decaying Desert Rose. Seems to be a common theme today. Coming out, and he passes turn. Not much else he could really do there. And we're going to see some energy dropped by Nick. Pile of 3 and a pile of 1. Here's the Wereweather Spectre on the side of Nick. It's pile of 3. Right now he is pressuring 4 potential damage to Phoenix. Which will give him good control. Looks like on the right side, Brian did indeed win his game against Ryan. Great job, both players. That does mean Brian is 2-1, and Ryan is 1-2. meaning Brian has a good chance of coming in. Well, he's guaranteed second place. He has a chance of being first if somehow Nick loses the best 2 of 3 over here. Meanwhile, Nick handedly doing another 5 damage to Phoenix. Almost looks like last round all over again. Once again, congratulations to Brian. Great job from Ryan as well, taking at least 1 game off of Brian in the process. Both players played a fantastic game. And now all that's left for today's matches will be this best 2 of 3 between Nick and Phoenix. I believe this is still game 1. Phoenix bringing out the pile of 3. Unsure what can get him out of this mess. Siphon from Thoughts could certainly help even the playing field. Nick saying, I'm not giving you a chance. Ashen Aftermath coming out. That's a smooth pay 1 energy. Bounce a blank pile to the owner's hand. That means Phoenix forced to bring that 3 energy back to hand. Unsure what just happened here. Yep, there's the Ashen. Nick paying that energy. So there's another card that would benefit from the Guild Leader Symposium. That is a pay energy card. Phoenix, unfortunately, no creatures in play. Nick might be able to quickly win this game 1 right here. He already has 4 damage on board. If he has a creature in hand, he'll have even more. And there's Mechanical Hallucination. This is going to allow him to do 7 damage to Phoenix. Does Phoenix have something to respond with? And it looks like he does not. Phoenix does concede this game 1. Players will be going into game 2 here. Nick with the lead, 1-0. He just has to beat Phoenix one more time, and he will be the Exodus Gen Con Online Draft Champion. Let's see if he can follow through. Phoenix will get to go first in this next game if he wants. Players drawing their opening hands now. Phoenix playing a creature. Can't quite yet do that. He needs the energy in play. Decides to play a pile of 3. Here comes that Slithering Altar Shade. Nick responding with a pile of 3 of his own. And Aurora. Fortunately, Aurora not tremendously strong. Interesting, Nick plays the Sandblasted Source now instead of during the energy phase, although it probably doesn't really matter. This is going to bounce an energy off of this Altar Shade and allow Nick to draw an additional, or add an additional one to his Roro, which he accidentally stacked there. And Roro will run into that Alter Shade, losing 2 energy in the process, but opening up some bare field. Now let's see what Phoenix does next. He decides to play pile of energy here. It's a 2 and a 1, so we're going to see some 2 creatures come out. Oh, there's a 4th energy, the bounced one from Sandblast's source. You can definitely clear this Roro and hit Nick for 2 damage. Nick only has 1 card in hand, so not much to defend with. Phoenix just needs to have some creatures. There's a Flash Fire. That's a great creature to have. That's going to generate a pile of energy for Phoenix. Let's see if he has another creature to play, though. Phoenix could have placed that Flash Fire in the pile of 3. That would have allowed it to attack on the Roro. I'm assuming is another creature. There's the Valshroom. It's a good creature to attack with as well. Let's see if he has the Valshroom attack first, or does he have the Flash Fire? Looks like he is having the Valshroom attack first. He's going to reveal the top card of his deck and his opponent's. He knows that his opponent, Nick, has an Ashen Aftermath on top of deck. Phoenix needs to reveal the top card of his deck. If it's a Symmetry, he gets to add it to his hand. Regardless, he draws an energy. Looks like they're all struggling to get the top card. And it's a creature, so he'll just get an energy. He won't get to add it to hand. Yeah, they only get the energy if it's a creature. So he'll get the energy, he won't get the Symmetry. Still a great draw. That is going to destroy the Valshroom, though, because it traded with Roro. But the Flash Fire will get to attack and generate another energy for Phoenix. Meaning this game is definitely looking good for Phoenix to make a comeback. Phoenix playing Guild Leader Symposium. Great time to play this card. He does have a multi-type in play, which means he gets to draw an energy as well. Now, Nick definitely should be adding the energy underneath his deck here. He actually has cards that spend energy. But I suspect none of these players are remembering that this says each player may add an energy beneath the main deck. I think they're just so used to adding it only to creatures. Because it's a May effect, technically Nick is not breaking any rules, so we cannot tell him, like, hey, you could be doing this. That's on the players to figure out themselves. Meanwhile, Nick taking 3 damage, Flash Fire generating another energy. See if Nick can get back in this game. Certainly a little bit behind here, but it's not too late. Plays a creature on 2. He does have that Roro effect, which will help him destroy that Flash Fire. One of the few times this tournament we've seen it actually resolve. Looks like he's going to trade with the Flashfire. Phoenix making it a afterthought. Play passes back to Phoenix. He has just so much energy right now. Frozen Fortitude coming out from Nick, preventing a summon on that pile of 3. He also has an Ashen Aftermath in his hand. We see it come out. That's going to bounce this pile of 3 back. Phoenix will be unable to summon any creatures this turn. Unfortunately, had Nick added an energy beneath his deck from that Guild Leader Symposium, he could have paid with that instead of the energy on his field. Let's hope that doesn't bite him in the behind too badly here. Judge reminding Phoenix he cannot summon on a pile with 1 frozen energy. Well done by Nick, preventing his opponent from dropping his life points even lower, but at the end of the day, his opponent still has 6 more energy than Nick does. So Nick really needs to play some cards to make a comeback here, or he'll fall behind on the next turn. Decides to play an Anthem of Humanity. This will allow him to add a common and uncommon creature to his hand. I think he only added 1. I don't think he had enough to add more. I would preferably wait to play that card unless he had no other creatures in hand. Yeah, it looks like he might not have. This is the creature he just had and just added to his hand. So most likely he didn't have anything else. He needed to play that Anthem. He'll get to deal 3 damage to his opponent. And he plays the Symposium. So he'll deal 4 damage. This will help him close that energy gap he desperately needs. I'll let him draw an energy card. Oh, unfortunately he does not draw an energy. This Malevolent Mirage is only a single type. Guild Leader only gives them the energy draw if it's a multi-type. So regrettably, Nick not gaining the full benefit of that Symposium. Players reminding Phoenix that this frozen energy will unfreeze at the end of this turn. Phoenix playing out his energy. He has a lot. He has 9 total energy to Nick's 4. Nick playing another Frozen Fortitude, saying, hey, you're not summoning on this pile either. You really see why Nick made it this far in the tournament. His deck just has answers to a lot of problems that his opponent might pose against him. That marble slowly rolling away. We're going to see Phoenix drop down a creature on the only pile of energy that he can. And if Phoenix didn't have a creature in hand, he was definitely in trouble, because he would be forced to kind of take a lot of damage on Nick's turn. That Roro may save Phoenix here. Nick has a chance of victory. Somehow has to gain 2 energy on this turn. If he draws a Project Oblivion, that would be enough, but he also needs the creatures to make it actually matter. So Nick Really needing a lucky hand to end the game right here and now. Drops 3 piles of 1, interestingly enough. Mechanical hallucination. He looks like he has a lot of creatures. It's not going to give him the energy he wanted, but it's better than nothing. And with this, he can swing for 4 damage, dropping Phoenix down to 2. Phoenix very close to defeat. Will Nick have a card in hand that can help him secure this win? Phoenix, in the meantime, has a lot of cards in hand. We've seen this from him almost every round. You can't help but wonder what is in there that's not getting played. And will it help him get back into this game? As a reminder, this is game 2. Nick won game 1. If Nick wins again, he will win the tournament. Phoenix, however, does have an opportunity here to tie the score. Time limit, though, 20 seconds left in this game before we enter turns. And at the end of essentially 3 full turns, whoever has the most life points wins, which currently is Nick. But Phoenix does have this large hand, a lot of energy to play with. We see a Stalactite Hasp hitting play. Looks like Phoenix is going to be throwing out all of these creatures he's been building up. Yeah, he has a lot of them. We see a Cypress, Hasp, and Desert Rose, and a Malevolent Mirage. Most likely this means that Phoenix will be able to clean up the board here, and this is why I recommend players in a draft not spreading their creatures so thin. Nick just lost a lot of cards that he could have kept had he kept them all in one big pile of energy. He does get this Mechanical Hallucination as an afterthought, though, and he's going to trigger the afterthought ability to add an energy to this Mirage. Or not Mirage, Reverie, sorry. That means that, well, Phoenix can still wipe the board. It's going to hurt a lot more than it would have otherwise. It also means that Nick has the chance of winning on his turn. He plays the Rosebound Deterrence. That's going to allow it. He's going to pay 1 life point, and now his creatures deal bonus damage in battle, which means this Cypress will take 3 damage if it battles the Reverie. Phoenix, playing a card, he plays a Dimension in Ruin. That's going to be critical. This is definitely going to prevent Nick from winning. This is actually a huge moment. Nick had a chance of victory here, but this all but assures that he loses that opportunity. Looks like the judge decided not to go to turns, but instead give players a 19-minute time extension. Now this Cypress can attack this Reverie. The Cypress will only take 1 damage because Dimension in Ruin reduces damage that all non-chronos deal this turn. Because the Reverie is not a chrono, it deals 1 damage thanks to the deterrence, but is still going to be eliminated here. Rosebound Deterrence will stay in play. Not sure what's happening right now. The judge clearly explaining something to the players. But the end result here is Cypress will lose 1 energy and the Reverie will be destroyed. And Phoenix looking very good right here. Technically, the Rosebound Deterrence does stay in play. It's just that during Nick's energy phase, he can choose not to pay for its upkeep costs. and Rosebound will be destroyed as a result. Meanwhile, Phoenix's frozen energy, I guess, still frozen. Although I'm pretty sure it unfreezes. Yeah, there we go. This is a pretty close game. One card has a chance of making the difference here. All Nick needs to be able to do is generate 1 energy. If he can trade the 2/2 and then attack directly for 2, he wins. Quadrivial coming out, doing nothing useful here. And we see a Royal Duck hit play. What is Nick's final card in hand? Can it give him the 1 energy he needs to win? Quadrivial looks like it's going to trade with the Cypress. Phoenix playing Mysterious Bosk. Yeah, that was my fear when I saw the Quadrivial hit play. A Bosk was most likely going to come right after it. That's going to give Phoenix a huge advantage here. There's a good chance Nick loses this game. That Mysterious Bosk just swung against Nick in a very big way. Two energy added a Cypress while 1 was removed from Quadrivial. Cypress now sitting at 4 energy. Nick most likely has to just pass his turn here. Depending on what was in his hand, his best play might have just been to play the Royal Duck on a pile of 3. Would have allowed him to kill the Cypress safely. But as we see, it didn't work out in Nick's favor. Now Phoenix playing down a pile of 3. If Phoenix has 2 creatures here, he most likely wins the game. We see a Waterfall Evorgnom. I haven't seen this all tournament. Looks like I'm not really sure where that's being summoned. I also see a Steam Shaft Eidolon. I think this Evorgnom's supposed to be on this pile of 3. Yeah, there we go. Just suddenly warped to it. Just a weird latency error. Steam Shaft hitting this 1. Unfortunately, this means Phoenix does not win this turn just yet, but he is going to knock Nick down to 2 life points. Nick pretty much has nothing in his deck that can save him from this. Will most likely lose game 2, and the players will go to game 3. Big turn of events here, as Nick was looking very strong to win this. Nick deciding to play a pile of 2 and a pile of 1. Stalactite Hasp coming in on the pile of 2. And a Violet Vividicta on the pile of 1. Will we see anything else? Aside from Thoughts, this may possibly save Nick here. This will allow him to generate the energy he needs to stay alive, but only if that Hasp attacked the Eidolon. He decides to attack the Cypress. Very interesting choice by Nick that almost assures his defeat here. I think his opponent said, "I have a response." I'm very surprised that Nick opted to go for the Cypress. If he attacked the Eidolon, his Hasp would survive with 2 energy. And he would at least have 2 blockers in play. It looks like his opponent does have a response to the attack declaration. Phoenix is sitting pretty with 5 cards in hand. He has a lot of options available to him here. We might see like a Red-Eye Flight come out. No, we see a Chronic Collision. This will force a common and uncommon creature to battle. Well, in a way, he gets to choose. It looks like he might have the Cypress battle a Hasp before the Hasp resolves its attack declaration. What this means is Siphon from Thoughts will not buff the Hasp. Siphon from Thoughts only triggers when the Hasp attacks. This symmetry effect is forcing a battle to happen prematurely, which means the Hasp will stay at 3 energy and be forced to fight the Cypress while it's at 4, meaning the Hasp will be destroyed. Cypress will survive with 1 energy. But I'm pretty sure, regardless, Phoenix was all but guaranteed to already win at this point. We'll see what happens. And it looks like Nick does indeed just suicide run his creatures into that Cypress. And that is most likely game here. I don't think Nick's final card in hand has the ability to prevent 2 damage. Not sure what's being discussed right now. Looks like Phoenix is looking through his grave. And this should be game right here. Nick doesn't have any cards that can save him against this onslaught, so I'm not really sure what exactly is being discussed. It looks like they're rewinding something. Pause on the play. They're going back to Nick's attack. Nick had the Hasp. Now this is back to the Vividicta. Oh, it looks like, yeah, it looks like the players got confused. Wait, why is the Vividicta still? It looks like they might have accidentally thought Chronic Collision forced the Vividicta to battle. It does not. What did happen though, the Hasp with 3 energy did battle the Cypress. Should be in play on a pile of 1 for Phoenix. Looks like they are just going to continue play regardless. doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure Phoenix wins this game hands down anyway. But that is something to keep in mind. The Cypress on Phoenix's side should still be out with one energy. But Nick does lose game 2. Players will move on to game 4. Or sorry, game 3. Players will move on to game 3. Winner of this game, well, if Nick wins, he wins the tournament. If he loses, he might actually come in second place, with Brian coming in first, possibly. We'll see. So Nick definitely needs to win this one. He is going to get to go first, which is, as we always talk about, a big advantage. And if he manages to throw out a first turn Guild Leader Symposium, as he has managed to a majority of the time, he's going to take a lead even better. Players setting up their decks. Nick starting off strong with a pile of 3 energy. And there's the pile of Shroomis. Does he have a Guild Leader Symposium? Looks like he doesn't. That's good news for Phoenix. Phoenix starting off with his own pile of 3. And we have a Siphon from Thoughts onto that Hasp. This is pretty huge. This is going to give Phoenix a really strong start. It's effectively a Guild Leader Symposium. It's going to give him 2 energy here against this pile of Shroomis. And Nick responds, Rosebound Deterrence. If you're going to attack me, you are taking 4 damage then. That will mean, however, that Nick has to pay a life point. And Phoenix saying, alright, I'll attack you. So that does mean that the Hasp will lose all but 1 energy. Let's see if Phoenix decides to keep his normal or Siphon. He really needs to keep the normal energy. If he keeps the Siphon, that's a huge problem. But it looks like he's choosing to keep the Siphon. That's not good. Siphon's effect, when this creature's attacked, it loses an energy before the attack hits. So all Nick needs to do is declare an attack on the Hasp, and Siphon from Thoughts will destroy itself, and the Hasp will be destroyed along with it. That's a huge problem. Let's see if Nick catches it. All Nick has to do is attack the Hasp with a creature on a pile of 1, and the Hasp will self-destruct. That was an unfortunate error on the part of Phoenix, but let's see if Nick actually manages to punish it. Nick, I think checking the card right now, might catch it. If he does, he should attack with Roro, and he does. He catches that little error with Siphon. Siphon will blow itself up. And now, Wereweather Spectre. Good to attack directly for 2. And that'll probably conclude Nick's turn. Phoenix drawing his next hand. Seeing Phoenix play out his energy. We'll most likely see another pile of 3 here. No, we see 2 and 1. He may be looking to clear off the board, possibly. We see a Malevolent Mirage, followed by a Cypress. And it looks like Phoenix just opting to pass his turn over to Nick. This is Nick's chance to really get ahead in this game. He has a really good card and board advantage over Phoenix right now. Plays a Mechanical Hallucination that will prevent some part of the Guild Leader Symposium shenanigans, and also will provide Nick with an additional energy at some point. We may see a 2-2 and a 1-1 trade here. That'll allow Nick to deal 3 direct damage. Nick, interestingly enough, decides to play the Symposium now. I'm surprised he doesn't go 1-1, 2-2, and then Symposium to buff the hallucination. Looks like he wants to buff this, but that also means his opponent gets to buff a creature, which is why it's a little surprising to me. His opponent, unfortunately, goes to 3. He really should have buffed this Cypress, because this is exactly what Nick wants. Nick wants to run his Mechanical Hallucination straight into the ground against this Mirage. That's going to, once again, allow him to trade here. And he'll still be able to swing for 3, 4 if he chooses to. He sends the Roro. I'm not sure what just happened. That's the wrong creature. He sends the Roro in against Cypress. Makes an afterthought, and we're most likely going to see this Mechanical Hallucination probably run into the Malevolent. Now, in a normal constructed tournament, you probably wouldn't do that, but there's honestly not that many cards in Phoenix's deck that draw, so the Mechanical Hallucination probably better useful as an afterthought. And he is going to trigger its afterthought ability, which will add an energy to the Wereweather Spectre. This will allow him to hit for a good 4 damage. Now, this is why I mentioned the Guild Leader Symposium. He could have Guild Leader Symposiumed now, in which case he would have an extra energy on board compared to his opponent. But because he played it a little earlier, fortunately he misses that benefit. Additionally, not sure who Phoenix added the energy to. If he added it to Cypress, he should draw an energy to hand. Wasn't really paying too much attention to what happened over there. This is an important turn. If Phoenix cannot get what he needs to get in play, Nick will take this game, set, and match. Unfortunately for Phoenix, going first in a draft tournament is such a huge advantage versus constructed, where there are ways to swing it back in your way. Going first, just numerically have additional cards, more cards than your opponent will ever have. Looks like we've ran out of time. Players are going into turns. I believe this means that Phoenix is turn 0. Turn 1 will be Nick. Turn 2 will be Phoenix. And turn 3 will be Nick. If after those turns The game is not over. Whomever has less life points will lose the game. Phoenix starting off with his energy here. Looks like he's thinking strongly about his potential options. He has 5 cards in hand. Really needs a creature and maybe some energy gain. However, Nick's sitting really strong with 4 cards in hand. I see a Velcro Allegiant summoned on the side of Phoenix. Looks like he might have just ended his turn. This is great news for Nick. Nick totally has a way to win now. He just needs to summon a creature on a pile of 3. Attack the Velcro and then attack directly with the Wereweather's Spectre. But if he summons a rare creature, he does run the risk of that crow gaining 2 energy off of a mysterious boss. So he has to be really careful as to what creatures he summons here. Nick playing a Sandblasted Source, blasting one of those energies back into Phoenix's hand and buffing his Wereweather's Spectre. What creatures does Nick have? He needs to be careful of summoning a rare. He summons a Hasp on a pile of 1. He summons a Violet Vividector on a pile of 3. This should be game. Nick is capable of dealing 6 damage to his opponent right now. Looks like he's going to have the Violet attack the Velcro. Phoenix, no response. Is this game? Wereweather Spectre attacking for 5. Does Phoenix have a response to this? He does not. That is game, ladies and gentlemen. Winner of the draft tournament is going to be Nick with 3 wins, 0 losses. Congratulations to both players. Congratulations to Phoenix for managing to take game 2 in that best of 3. Really well done. He put up a very good effort in this game 3. Nick drew a lot of great cards that round as well. Really great exchanges. Good job from both players. And I will be back with you guys with the official results of the tournament shortly. Don't leave. You want to wait for this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to wrap up the stream for the day. Final pairings. In 4th place, we have Phoenix. 0 wins, 3 losses. In 3rd place, we have Ryan. 1 win, 2 losses. And in 2nd place, we have Brian. 2 wins, 1 losses. And our tournament champion for the Exodus Gen Con Draft Tournament, Nick, with 3 wins, 0 losses. Congratulations, Nick. You did a great job today. Remember, all players will be rewarded 3 times the normal organized play points for their performance, and prizes will be mailed, as mentioned. And that includes, not only will they get 4 booster packs, they'll also get any secret rares and rare energies they pulled from their digital packs. Players will also receive potential promo cards and sketch cards, as normal. It was a great job. I thank everyone who watched today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And as a reminder, there are still 2 more events left. Tomorrow, Saturday, August 1st, 2020, at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8 p.m. Pacific, will be the 2nd and final constructed tournament. And on Sunday, at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, we have the 2nd and final draft tournament. Highly recommend you check those out. Also highly recommend you go and join the official Exodus Discord channel. It's a great and welcoming place to be. Everyone there will help you with card ideas, deck lists, rulings, and of course playing at tabletop simulator matches online with your fellow drifters across the world. Definitely go check that out, and you will find links to our events and live streams there. Once again, thank you all for watching, and thank you to the 4 awesome drifters who participated in today's draft. I look forward to commentating for you all tomorrow in our 2nd constructed tournament. Have a great Friday night, everyone. This has been Roland Wright. See you later.